I'll be right back. Give me a second. Okay, so hopefully I get to camera manipulation today. I wanted to do like a cutscene for for my game. Just gonna have my chat over there. Okay.
And if we ever want to get just a completely new slate, we would just change this to 2. Well, actually, we wouldn't. This could stay the same. But basically, I'll show you. Actually, we'll name this my data store just to keep it simple. All right, so my data store, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and do equals data store service. So we're going to make a variable called my data store, and then we're going to use the data store service, and then we're going to do get data store. Now what get data store is, basically you're going to do colon get data store. What this is you're basically getting a data store. So what does that mean? That means like how do I put it? I'm sorry. This confused me at first too, so I'm trying to make sure it doesn't confuse you guys. But basically what it means is you're getting a data store, okay? And the data store you're making is under the name my data store, just like this, right? Now if I did my data store 1, or if I just did data store and then I did it, and then like one day I did data store, right? And then I was like, you know what, I don't want this data anymore. And then I did data store 1. I would have entire new data. All the data would be saved in data store 1 under your game. Now, actually, before we do this, we actually need to set up something real quick. So if you are in Roblox, right, and you don't have your game published, what you need to do, you see here, if you go into game settings and options, you need to actually enable studio access to API services, which basically means like you need to enable this so you can have data stores. You see it says that right there. So the reason why is because like, you know, it's saving data and it wants to have like a game to save it to. So when you actually publish the game, and do that. So I have a big blank base plate, but I'll go ahead and just publish it to Roblox. And I don't want to make sure I don't. Okay. Just hit new place. All right. There you go. Hit new place, and then you're gonna go ahead and just name it whatever you want. So we'll name it tutorial, and then we can go ahead and just hit create place. We don't do anything else. But there we go. Now it's making our game, and boom, anyone can play it in the world if they want to. That's pretty cool. Anyways, so we have this right here. Okay, so now we published our game. Now we need to go into our game settings over here, okay, and then go to options and then enable studio or access to game services. So yeah, basically we need to publish this so that way the Roblox knows what game to save the data store to. So yeah, that makes sense, right? Hopefully. All right, anyways, so what we did so far, data store service, right? We got the data store service, that's all we did. And then we made it a data store where we just made our own data store. And this data store is called my data store. Okay, so yeah, if you ever want to change it, you can just make a new data store and you call it data store 1 or whatever you want to call it. This can be whatever you want. This can be cheese, okay? If you can have a data store named cheese. Now, normally we keep these the same, but obviously they don't have to be. But no, we're gonna make our data store my data store. All right. Anyways, so next is where we actually do the fun stuff. All right, so we're gonna go ahead. Oh, jeez. We're gonna go ahead and make our leader stats. All right, just simple leader stats. So we're gonna do game.players.player added connect function player, and then we're gonna go ahead and I made an oopsie. And then we're gonna go ahead and do local leader stats equals instance dot new. You should know how to do this already. If you don't, basically what I'm doing is I'm just making a leader stats, so that way whenever you join the game, it's going to create a value called leader stats or a folder, and that's going to put it inside of your character, right? and then that way any data you have in your leader stats, right, we can save. So we're going to go ahead and make another variable called we'll make an int value to put in our leader stats. So we'll call it local cache, okay, and then we'll do instance.new int value, okay, because it's an int value, and then we're going to do cache dot name equals cache, obviously, and then cache dot parent equals leader stats. All right. Also, if you don't know what this means, you guys really should watch my beginner's tutorial. I have an entire series if you're new to scripting, so you can learn everything and you'll be caught up. Anyways, so yeah, what we did so far, we just made our leader stats, okay, and then we're making a variable when the player joins called cache, and then we're gonna put it in the leader stats so it'll display. So I'll go ahead and hit play, and all we did, as you can see up here, is look at that star, boys. Oh, look at that star. If you guys don't know, I have another YouTube channel called Tapwater. It's more like entertainment stuff, so yeah. But I have 100,000 subscribers on that channel, so I have the star. I got in the star program, which is pretty cool. Anyways, so yeah, as you can see there, it says cache 0, right? So that's what we just did. We made a leader stat.
So obviously you guys all know Blade Ball, but have you ever imagined what a Blade Ball
I never knew he had a second channel. Hold on, let me...
would look like? Well, today instead of playing the real Blade, I don't know who else's attempt at lower Blade Ball. Wait, what? Why would anyone play?
Nah, that's nice.
Then we put cache into it. Alright, so now what we want to do is go ahead and actually save it or load the data in. So when a player first joins, what we want to do is when we first want to check, we want to be like, okay, has this player played our game before? If he has, well then we want to give him his data back. Right? If he hasn't, well then we'll just let him play the game, and then we'll save it once we save it. And then next time he joins, we can load his data in. Okay, hope that makes sense. Anyways, so what we're going to do is we need to actually have a place to save the data, okay? Now, you could just save the data right under your player's name. So you could do local player, or you already have it here, right? You have player. So you could do local, okay, I want to put this. Okay, listen. So listen, we need to have an ID to save it to, right? So we could just save it under the ID of the player's name. So we can do local ID equals player.name, right? Now we could do that, and that's the ID we save it to, but we don't want to save it to the player's name, because if the player changes their name, they're going to lose all their data. So what you need to do is actually do player.userid. Alright, now you could just save it under player.userid, but also you don't want to just save it under a bunch of random numbers. So what people normally do is you just concatenate it with player underscore dot player.userid. So now if I go ahead and print the ID, I'll show you what it looks like. Now basically it's just going to look like this, right? So you're going to save your data under this key right here, okay? So it's going to be player underscore for everyone, and then it's going to be your ID. Now, if you're wondering what your ID is, it's basically if you go to your Roblox profile on the website, you can look at the top, and then it's like a bunch of numbers, and that's like a link to your profile. So yeah, that's how you can get your own ID if you want to know that. But yeah, and everyone has their own custom ID, and it doesn't change at all. So even if you change your username, your ID will stay the same. So that's good. That's what we want. But we're gonna go ahead and name this rename our ID variable to player user ID, because it's a lot more simpler to understand. So player user ID. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, so next we're going to go ahead and start seeing if the player has data. So if the player did have data, what we want to do is we want to, first of all, how we would load it in, right, is we would do my data store get async. Okay, now this is the function right here that you need to know. Get async. It means get async. Okay, so sync the data to what we have in our data store. Okay, so we're syncing it, and then we need to know, okay, well, whose data do we look to sync to it? Now, okay, this might sound a bit confusing. I'm sorry if it does, but hope this makes sense. Okay, so all right. So yeah, you need to get the data from a player. Okay, so now we're gonna do player user. Oh crap. So get async player user ID. Now you think that you would just go ahead and do, okay, well, get it async it up with the player ID. That way you know who to load it to, and then you're good, right? Well, no, you're not good. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and put load data just to, if you guys are confused. But actually, what you should be doing is wrapping this in a P call. Now you probably don't know what a P call is, and a P call, all it is it basically just protects you from getting errors and breaking your script, right? So what we're gonna do is actually write a function around our little thing right here, and we're gonna do just this. Type this, right? Local success, comma, error message equals pcall function, and then you have end right here, right? Now basically what this is saying is that it's saying, okay, well, if it's a success, then set it equal to this pcall function. If there's an error, it's going to return an error, okay? And then also what you're doing is you're getting this async, but you actually need to make sure you put your data somewhere, because you need to actually have your data to sync it up. What you're doing right now is you're just getting your data async. So actually you need to have a variable that you assign this get async to. So yeah, so what we're gonna name it is we're gonna name it data. Okay, so we're gonna name our variable that we have saved. Basically all our data that we have from the player, from the data store, we're gonna name it data. All right, simple enough, right? So local data is equal to my data store get async and the player user ID. So basically we're getting, every time a player joins the server, okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna find out if they played the game. So if they have, then it's gonna get data. Okay. And then if they haven't, then it won't even have this problem. Okay, so yeah, it's gonna set the data equal to you know, what the data store has. All right, hope that makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, just keep watching. When maybe the saving will make you understand it better. So now there's a problem, right? There's this right here. You see how it says local data? Actually, okay, never mind. Forget that for a second. Let me just go ahead and do this. So what we're going to do now is we're going to do if success. So if success equals true, or if it returns a value. Well, so basically if this P call is successful and we didn't get an error or anything and it's all worked out good, right? We're going to do if success, then perfect, right? And now what we're going to do is actually load our data in here. Now we don't have, I didn't show you what we saved yet, so I'm not gonna load it in there, but that's where we would load the data. So this is where we would actually, or not load the data, but this is where we would set our data equal to the current cache. Okay, so you see how we have cache in here right now. Cache is, the value is nothing because it doesn't know what to set it to, but it's going to look in our data store and get it from there. But we need to actually save data first if we want to load data, so we're going to do that. I probably should have showed you saving data first, but whatever. But also another problem is, right, if you guys remember, this is actually a little bit of advanced, so you maybe might have forgot, but don't worry because it's a lot of people forget. But basically, if you look in here, right, what you would do is actually set your cache dot value, right? Whenever you have your data, you would set your cache dot value, so this thing right here, equal to your data, right? So that's what you do. But you see we have an error right here. Okay, so you're setting your cache dot value equal to what you have in data, but you see we have an error. It says unknown global data. Well, it actually doesn't know what data is because we set it equal to local. And if it's local, that means it's only going to be in the scope of this. Okay, so if it's local, it's not going to come out of that here. Okay, so see, if I want to get the data here, it's going to be like, what the heck is that, right? So if I want to do cache dot value, even out here, it doesn't even know what data is because it was stuck inside this function. So how we get it out of that function is we just get rid of the local. All right, now it's not local, and now we can all see it. And now also what people do often is define data up here. Just, I know it looks really weird because there's no equal sign or anything, but you're basically just putting the memory in the game, and you're basically saying local data. Yeah, so hope that makes sense. So go ahead and type that up here too and put local data, and that way it's local, but it actually saves, and then it'll come back out, right? That's what you want. Because really, if you just did data, it would actually, you could use it out here, and that just wastes a little bit of memory. Not much, but just for learning purposes, or just for, I don't know. I don't even know why I told you this, but you know now, okay? Anyways, so now what we would do, right, is we would set our cache dot value equal to what we have in our data. But we don't have any data yet. We need to actually save data to load data, okay? If you don't have any data, what data are you going to load? Am I right? So, all right. So now what we're going to do is the most important part, which is save data, all right? Here we go. So what we're going to go ahead and do is save data. So let me show you how to do it. All right, so we don't want to save the data right when the player joins, because why would we save the player's data right when he joins, right? So we actually want to get out of this little function right here. We don't want to save it right when the player joins, so let's get out of here and go down here. And what we're going to do is we're going to do game, or actually no, yeah, we're going to do game.players.player removing. So if the player starts leaving, then we're going to save his data. And we can also add autosave soon, which I'll show you how to do. But if the player's removing, then we're going to save his data. So we're going to do game.players.player removing connect function, and then we're going to do what we need to do. Okay, so here we go. So here's how you save the data. So basically what you're going to want to do now is also get your player user ID. We need to actually put player up here too, because we need to find out what player is removing. So type player in here, this parameter, and then we're going to do local. Actually, we can just copy this. So local player user ID equals that. So we have the same user ID. That way we load it to the same key, and we're not loading for different key. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's good. And then what we're going to do is how you save data. The function you use is my data store set async. That's, so you see up here it's get async, so it's like getting a sync it, and then it's here it's setting a sync it. Okay, that sounds weird, but yeah, that's what it's doing. And then it takes two parameters, which is the key. So like, what do you want to save it to? Which we want to save it to player user ID, and then what data you want to save, and we want to save data. All right. Now we have data right now. So what do we want it to save? I'm going to show you that right here in a second. So okay, I'm all over the place. I'm sorry, but okay. So then the second parameter is the data you want to save. Okay. Now what we want to save is we want to save the cache, right? We want to save how much cache the player has. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and do local data equals cache dot value, right? That's what you got right there. And now you actually need to type out the whole thing, which is going to be player.leaderstats.cache.value, because we don't have the leader stats up here. But there you go. So yeah, local data is equal to player.leaderstats.cache.value, right? And or you could just type that in right there, but maybe it makes it more simpler if I do it like with data, right? So local data, we're saving it to is basically we're going to get the number. It's okay. Hope that makes sense. 5 inside the data store. What this is doing is it's basically setting data equal to 5, and then it's putting the data, and then it's saving the number 5 inside the data store, and that way when you access it later, right, you can set your cache.value equal to data, which is 5. Okay, hope that makes sense. So ln saves to do L on of codes that Roblox. Don't worry about that right now. Okay, but already. Okay, so we're in a game now. Our cache something better, right? We want to get 50 cache, something like that. Okay, so we can save it. But if we just change it to 50 right now, it's actually in our client, right? Because currently you see up here it says current is client. If you guys know how filtering enable works, basically if you're in the client, it's not going to actually save. It only saves in the client. So what we need to do is actually hit this little button up here and go into our server. And now if something saves in, or now if we actually do something in here like change the cache, it's going to save in the server and it's going to save in the data store. So yeah, you need to make sure if you're changing a value like in the workspace or Explorer like that, always do it in the server unless you don't want it to be like permanent, or unless you want it, I don't know, but you know what I'm saying, right? So if you want us to actually show everywhere and not just on this guy's screen right here, then we need to actually do it in the server. Okay, so let's go ahead and go up there and click that button, and then go find our players, and then you, and then leader stats, and then cache, and then go ahead and change it to whatever you want. Okay, I almost messed up. We'll make it 50. All right, and now we'll go back to our client, and as you can see up there, it says 50. Awesome, perfect. That's what we want. And now let's go ahead and leave the game, and it should save. Here we go, and boom, it even said it. Data successfully saved. Awesome. All right, now it's saved. Let's go ahead and see if it worked. So let's hit play again, and come on, baby, come on, and boom, we have 50 cache. Round of applause to yourself, guys. Seriously, that is how you do data stores. That's how they work. Now, this was a long tutorial. I apologize for how long it was, but I was in depth and I wanted to make sure it was as clear as possible, and I hope this cleared it up for you if you have any confusion, or if you're learning it for the first time, I hope you can understand it perfectly. Now, listen, whenever I learned data stores, I was like, well, you know what? I also have wins, right? Like, okay, like let me go ahead and copy this. Let's say my game, right? I had cash in my game, right? But I also had like wins. Okay, let me just change that real quick. But okay, so I had cash in my game, right? But I also had like the wins up here, right? I wanted to save my wins too. So how do I do that? I didn't know how to do that, right? I was like, well, what the heck do I do? I don't know how to save my wins. I only know how to save cash, right? So I looked at my script and I was like, okay, so the data is equal to player.leaderstats.cash.value. Okay, and I was like, what the heck? Okay, I'm stupid. I don't know how to do this. Anyways, I'm going to show you how to do it right now. So I'll show you how to save multiple data. And you probably might be able to understand, maybe I was just dumb, but use a table, okay? I'm gonna write it out for you just so it's clear. But yeah, you're going to have to use a table for that. So what we're going to do now is actually do that. So now we have wins. So go ahead and type this out if you want. This right here, and you want to have wins in your data in your leader stats too, and then we can save the wins too, not just the cash. Because right now, if we were to if you were to go into our server and change the wins, right, it's not going to save because it's not saving in our data store. Like, say we have 50 wins, but we're going to stop it and then we'll go back and it's not going to save. So yeah. Also, this is gonna work in your game too. So if you want to go ahead and load a server and see if it works, you can try it. It will work. Trust me. It's like the same thing. But anyways, so yeah. See, our wins did not save. So now what we need to do is actually save them. All right. So how we do that? Oh, also, I probably should show you the auto saving too, but it's sort of getting really long, so I don't know. But anyways, so I'll just show you how to do I'll just show you how to do the table saves, and then you can probably figure out auto saving yourself. Auto saves, you just kind of put it on a for or on a while loop. You spawn it in another thread, and then you and then you have you just save it every once in a while. So yeah. Anyways, all right. So what we're gonna do now is save it in a table. So how do we do that? So what you actually want to do is when you're saving data, what you want to do is don't just save like the data. You see, okay. Our data right now is just a variable. It's called data, and we're saving one number, and the number is cash, is a cash value, which ours was 50, right? So that's all we're doing. What we need to actually do is save it into a table. So we're going to do local data, and then we're going to put a little table there, and then we're going to do our first value we want to save.
I need to go to the bathroom real quick.
Is cash. Okay, so we're going to do cash, local data, put a table, cash equals player.leaderstats dot cash dot value. Okay, so now perfect, or I said perfect, we're saving the cash. So now we still have our data right here. It would still save right the same way. Okay, as you can see, we would still save our data the same way. You just put your data table, and then you set it as sync, and then you put it in data, right? But actually, you would load it a different way. You can't just do cash.value equals data, because the data is a table, and it doesn't know, it's, you know what I'm saying? So you can't do cash.value equals data. What you need to do is data, or cash.value equals data.cache. All right, so this might be a little confusing because this actually is a table, and then you're accessing the thing. But I'm sorry, I can't talk. But you see what I'm saying, right? You're gonna do data equals
EVE Online on Mac. Immersive immerses you in a universe with thousands of star systems like never before.
This, right? So you have cash, and we can copy this over and do wins too. I'll go ahead and do wins. Wins. Here we go. So now we're going to save wins and cash, all right? And now you still save the table, right? But you load it differently. So how you load it is you have our data. So you get our data up here. We set it. We get it to sync, and then we do cash.value. Okay, so our cash.value, and then we do equals data, right? Data dot cash. Okay, so you have data, and then you have cash, and then you just do wins.value equals data.wins. So data.wins. That's it. It's that simple. Now, for some reason, it took me 7.5 years to learn that, but for you, hopefully you can learn it today. Or hopefully you did learn it just now. Anyway, so now if we actually go into our game and, oh, we got an error. What the heck? What am I doing wrong? Attempt to index local. Wait. Attempt to index local data a number value. Okay. What the heck? I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. I don't understand what's the issue here. But I'm gonna ignore it. So, yep. See you later. All right. Listen, I think it's just a little error because like the first data store save. But go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and just go to my server and save my data. So I'll go ahead and do 50, 50, and then we go in here and we have it there. And I'll go ahead and X out of it, and then it's actually saved. Perfect, it did save. And let's load it back up and see if it works. And here we go. And there we go, it works. See, perfect. So yeah, that first error was because it was looking for data that it didn't have. So yeah, that's kind of an issue on my part. I'm pretty sure how you fix that is you just do if. What you do is you would do if data then, and then you would just put that right there. So yeah, okay. So yeah, I hope it makes sense to you guys. Hope you enjoyed this tutorial. That's pretty much it. You know how to save 2 values, and now obviously you can do as much as you want. If you want to save more than 1 value, what if you have XP too, right? You just obviously change it, and then you know what to do. Okay. Anyways, hope this taught you guys something. Make sure to subscribe if you're new if you haven't already. And yeah, new tutorials coming soon, guys. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one.
Okay, so what I got from this is if you want to save data, it can be any sort of data. In this case, he's using a leader stats thing. But if you wanted to use like game logic and like a certain area of the game that we've already progressed through, we could represent that with like int values or string values or something like that. And we could save it to these data stores. So let me see what he did here. So I don't need to know about that part. He saves it, saves the data stores by naming it to player ID. So let's see. Get async. Player user ID. So let me see. Okay, let's see. Get async player user ID. But, so is that the new data store? I'm not sure. Hold on, let me see what he said for this part.
Player.userid. So now if I go ahead and print the ID, I'll show you what it looks like. Now basically it's just going to look like, if you're wondering what your ID is, yeah, and everyone has to do player user ID because it's a lot more simpler to understand. So player user ID, yeah, okay. Anyways, so next we're going to go ahead and start seeing if the player has data. So if the player did have data, what we want to do is we want to, first of all, how we would load it in, right, is we would do my data store get async. Okay, now this is the function right here that you need to know. Get async. It means get async. Okay, so sync the data to what we have in our data store. Okay, so we're syncing it, and then we need to know, okay, well, whose data do we look to sync to it? Now, okay, this might sound a bit confusing. I'm sorry if it does, but
Okay, so this is the actually saving part. No, this is the getting the save part. And I want to know the part where he names the save.
You want to do something new,
Come on.
right?
Don't worry about that right now. Don't worry about that right now. Okay. Anyways, so then we have the working. So now it's actually going to save our data. So if we run this, it should work.
Okay. So. Okay, local player user ID. Player data is equal to player.leaderstats.value. Because he's getting the data that's currently present. And then it sets, okay, so right here, my data store set async player user ID and data. So let me see to that part.
It's basically setting data equal to 5. And then it's putting the data, and then local data do is save data. So let me show you how to do that. Alright, so we don't want to save the data right when the player joins, because why would we save the player's data right when he joins, right? So we actually want to get out of this data. Players. Basically, what you're going to want to do now is also get your player user ID. We need to actually put player up here too, because we need to find out we load it to the same key, and we're not loading for different key, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, that's good. And then what we're going to do is how you save data. The function you use is my data store set async. That's, so you see up here it's get async, so it's like getting async it.
Okay, so let's take a look at the object browser real quick. Object browser. Here, set async. Let's see. S E. Set async. Set async. Where is it? Or no, it's an attribute, I think. So we have to do my data store. So it's a data store. Hold on. Let me check my notes real quick. It's data store service. So it's the D. D-A. Data store service right here. And then it should be set async, I think. Where is S? Nope. Data store options, key info. Data store service. Data store set options. Where's the set async? I'm gonna see what it takes in. Let's look it up. So data store async Roblox data stores. Okay. To create a new entry, set async with the key name and a value. Functions like that access data, source contents, are network calls that may occasionally fail. Shown above, it is recommended that users rewrap a P call to catch and handle errors. Okay, let's see if he set a P call in this one. Okay, so he did set. No.
Okay, that sounds weird. You want cache, right? You can set your cache.value code and sure you but let's go nil.
Okay, so he does do pcall in this one, just like in this example. Quick update of a specific key, and it only counts against the write limit. It may cause data inconsistency if two servers attempt to set the same key at the same time. It's safer for handling multi-server attempts because it reads the current key value from the server that last updated before making any changes. However, it's somewhat slower because it reads before it writes. And it also counts against both the read and write limit. And returns the value that associates with the key. Oh, there's a lot of stuff here. Okay, well, I'm not going to go too deep into it. So let me see what pcall does. Calls a function. Pcall stands for protected call. It calls a function. If the function errors, it will tell you the error instead of your whole script shutting down from the error. Don't use it unless you need it. It's bad practice. The first thing it returns is success. If success is false, then... But why does he do 2? Does it return 2 values? Okay, so it seems like it does return 2 values. Is the error, if success is true, then it returns whatever the function returned. Okay, so what he does is he does player remove and connect, and then connects this event, and then he creates the user ID, sets this to the user ID. He gets the data that he wants, and then he uses pcall, and then if it returns 2 values, and if it's success, and if it's true, or wait, no. Pcall error message pcall function my data store set async player user ID data. This is the setting though. I don't know why. A little confused. Let's see. So the error, he doesn't use the error message. Pcall function. What is the pcall though? Function game not workspace hacking destroy it end. Not a valid member of workspace. Returns false. So if this errors,
When's being data, or there was an error. There was a there was an error. Okay.
so he just does this even. So if it errors, then what happens? Like that's my question here.
Go. And then you can just warn of the error message, and then it gives you some kind of code. In that code, you can look on the link description below. If there is an error, which probably shouldn't be, but if there is one, there's like a list of codes that Roblox put out, and they all have meaning, like one means something, another, blah blah blah. You don't know where that right now, but just for future reference, this probably won't run right here. If it does, then you'll have all the code stuff. So yeah, I'll put the link in the description below. Don't worry about that right now. Don't worry about that right now. Okay. Anyways.
Okay. Let me take some notes down. Creates data store. So first he creates the data store, and then what we want to do is on that event of the player joining in. Right here. Let's see. He does it This is good enough. Player joining in, which is game.players.player added connect function name. So it's, hold on, let me go back to, okay, this is good enough actually. Let me go to leaderboard, local scripts, calling built-in functions, tables, arrays, leaderboards right here. So, okay, let me rename this. Okay, yeah, passed in, create leader stats, using leader stat instance.new, create new folder, just rename, just rephrasing that, because I'm learning a little bit more about this, truly like actually understanding it. Leader stats by doing instance name dot name. So we're setting the new folder instance to leader stats, and then under leader stats, in value for this new leader stats section, under leader stats, see right here, leader stats.name, right here. So do name of leaderboard section. Name of leaderboard section. Name of leaderboard section. Oh, right, the second parameter is the parent, so, yeah. Then actually name it is whatever name, okay. You can adjust these values by doing dot value, cool. These values outside the script itself, we must pass in player from an event like that. Do pass dot leader test dot points, okay, cool. I think that's good enough. Int value, I forgot to mention that too, so let me do data type, int string, etc. And then the name of leaderboard section, or no, parent, right? So it's the data type, and then so he sets it leader stats dot parent is gonna equal player. Okay, we don't know that creates the folder, and then leader stats, under leader stats, I'm gonna do cache dot name, int value. Instance.new int value, and then change the name, and then change the parent. Name of leaderboard section. I need to go back to that. We could just. Okay, I'll go back to that later. I think I got most of it. But, okay, so he does...
This key right here. Sync. Okay, this is the function right here. But your ID, that way you need to load it to. And then you're good, right? Well, no, you're not good. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put load sync. It's saying...
Okay, so game.player.added, and then create pcall. By creating a pcall which returns two values, the first value being a boolean, did it error or not, and the actual and the error message being the second one. And then, so function pcall. Okay. My data store get async player user ID. Let me go back forward a little bit, or not go forward a little bit.
Stuck inside this function. Hash value equal to what we have in our data. But we don't have any data yet. We need to actually save data to load data. Okay. If you don't have any data, player joins. So get out of here.
Okay. Let's see. So creates the user ID, and then he creates data, or a local data variable, and then okay, and then p calls sets two values to a p call, which that p call is kind of throwing me off. It's kind of weird. P call function data is equal to. Why is that? Function add two numbers, num1, num2. Local success. People that use anonymous functions, but you could also call it regular function passing parameters. Local success result equals p call added two numbers. Have a chance to cause an error such as data store request an HTTP service stuff. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about right here. Return, this function can return two things and true, print result 1, print result 2. And use anonymous functions. Function and syntax, but you could also call it with regular functions and passive parameters. So what I could do player added and then it sets it to the current value. So data success error message, if success then it sets it, but if it's false, if it doesn't run, then it sets that. But the p call is what I'm a little confused about. So p call, let's see what it does. So this guy he sets two values to the p call, and then add two numbers 10, 20. What is what is p call, bruh? There's a normal function used to handle errors in the law. Made it demonstrate how long was this ago? – 2013. Boolean parameters, the function to be called in protected mode, and the argument sent to function when executing. Oh, okay. I see. So he just
Go out here.
function. There's no comma though. So does it not take anything? So it puts the function literally inside of it. So you can just create another function outside, and it will just set data to data store. Oh, okay, I got it now. Okay, so data store. Okay, so let's see. So create. Wait, it's right here. The first value being boolean. No. The p call must know. I don't want autocorrect. P call must take in two parameters. The first being a function to be p called to p called to, and the second being the parameters that are needed for the function. So if we wanted to do it in my version, like how I usually do it, I would have to do my version would be local data, and then local success error message is equal to p call the function, local p call the function, and then I would create a local function called the function, and then I would set it inside of this function, which is data is equal to my data store get async player user ID. Okay, get async player user ID. Okay, parameters that are needed for the function. The function, this function must get the data from the data store by setting a variable to the data. So variable name is going to equal, variable name is going to equal my data store get async player user ID. Okay, so it gets that data, and then if there's multiple data types, we would just put it inside the table. Then, if that returns true, then set data to client data. I think that's it. That's second being parameters are needed for the function. The function must get data for the second period. So variable get async. Okay. So if it errors, this if statement will never run, and if it's true, this will run. So we don't have to worry about anything. So then if that returns true, set data to client data, and then it doesn't do anything else. And then
Cache.
doing okay. I'm a little tired again. Learning some interesting stuff. Here, I forgot to. So, data store, my data store. Why? Okay, so my data store, get data store. Data store service, get data store, my data store. Data store service, get data store, my data store. I'm a little confused on that second line. Like, get async player user ID. Oh, so you can just name it anything, and then that data store. Okay, I get it now. So we have to create a data store for all data values for all players that have joined the game and saved data from by doing name is equal to data store, get data, name of data store. So data store service, you can just name this whatever you want. My data store name is equal to name of data store. Okay, and then we can just set that variable to anything. You got it. So, and then the p call must take in 2 parameters. Cool. And then to actually save this data, we have to go all the way over here. Use the player removing event. Game.players.player removing connect function name. There we go. And then what we need to do is create another p call. Just check it over here.
You can't. All right.
Right here. Okay, and then we need to get user ID, or the name of the saved data. Okay, so first I the boolean. Okay, I'm joining in. Function name. Create p call, which creates 2 values. No, I should not create a p call first. I have to create create a name for the values to be saved, usually by player ID. Then create pcall, which the pcall must take 2 parameters. The first function being pcalled2, and the second being parameters. Function must data from the data store by taking the variable to the data. So the name of the saved data, or the name of the saved data right here. So is there a way to highlight this? Highlight, please. Okay, wow. For the name of the values, name of the saved data, which is usually under player ID, and then cool. Or here, let's change this to name of the saved data. Okay, and then actually save the data. We need to skip over here.
I need to find.
Damn it. This is the part where he. Okay, so let me. Right here. So what he does is he create name of data to be saved. Name of data to be saved, and then set data, then create data variable to the data to the actual data. Can be created with lists, then create another pcall, but instead of instead of but no, but use name of data store set async. Well, that's nice. Sorry, I don't know how long you said that. I was just a little too engrossed into my learning experience. I don't know how you can send that to me. Here, you can like send it to me by email. Here, let me just put my email. Here, you could like post it on like an imager or something, and then I could check it out. Really appreciate it. Anyways, creates the pcall for name of data store set async. Okay, so and then which takes in yeah, which takes set async. Yeah, which takes in two parameters. Let me check. Set async. Global data store set async. Parameters right here. Remove async increment. I need to set right here. This was set. I don't know what I'm doing. Set async is the best quick for a specific key. It may cause data inconsistency if two servers attempt. Set async. The function sets the latest value. User IDs. Does it have to be user IDs? The latest values are metadata for given key. Hold on. Does set have to be player ID? Data ID is just a value that increments to show your data. Notice that update sync only returns player data and if their player IDs are equal. Not really helping. But Okay, so it sets the data. Okay, which takes in name of saved data, usually user ID, and the actual data itself. Let me change this to P1, P2. And then if success, then okay, yeah. So we know this is just optional. That's it. I think that's it, at least. Okay, so let me just review, because this was a lot. So he creates. I'm trying to do this from memory. I'm trying not to look at my notes. Okay. He gets the data store service by doing game get service, and then he creates a data store, and then names it to whoever he wants, and then he creates a p call, or he creates player user ID, which is how we find information about the player, like the save itself. I'm probably gonna do that too. I'm probably not gonna change it up. I'm probably just gonna use user ID as well, just to make things less complicated. And then he uses he creates a p call, and then the function that's being called in that p call is my data store get async, which is the user ID that he's looking for, or the information that he's looking for, and I think that's it, right? It's only one parameter. Get async the name of the save. Yeah, it's only one parameter, right? Let me just double check. Yes, it's just one parameter. So okay, and then we set, and then if that p call returns true, if that p call doesn't error, make sure to subscribe and hit the like button. I don't know if it works on streams, but like, here, tell me if it works. I wonder if it does. I mean, I'm just gonna keep watching that, or I'm just gonna keep reviewing. So if that p call is successful, then it's gonna it's gonna set the current data to the data that was saved, and then to actually save that data, you have to do another event, which is player removing. And then connect the function to it, and then sets the player user ID to the, to create the actual data, and then gets the data by doing, you can just put a table in it as well, and then you could create another p call, which you can put a function in it, and you can do the name of the, takes in the name of the what? It's like the user ID in this case. This is so hard to remember. Okay, and then the data itself. I'm trying to remember it from. I think it only works on videos. Because, yeah. Okay, it takes in the user ID and the data itself, and then it sets it. And then if success, and then blah, blah, blah. Okay, next video. That was a lot. Hopefully I get to camera manipulation. I want to get to that really, now. So I can create, mini cutscenes and stuff. That's what? Oh my god. Oh my god. What? Oh, man. 28? I don't know if I'm going to get to that point or not. Still a little confused with module scripts. Alright, I don't think, did I get to that yet? Did I even go through that? Dictionaries such as tables, modules, go to server storage, returns table values. Access module scripts inside server storage. Okay, wow. Still iffy on module scripts. Everything else is pretty cool. Animation.
Alright, yo, this is Evan here, back with a brand new video. And guys, in today's video, I'm going to be teaching you how to make animations. So I hope you're excited because it's going to be a pretty fun one. This is like how you make your hand go up and down, or how you make yourself, you know, like kick your legs or whatever you want to make. Like, for example, let's say I had like a game where I had to like mine this tree. Okay, I know this isn't a tree, but pretend that it is. Okay, pretend this is a tree. Okay, I wanted to mine this tree. All right, I need my animation so it looks good, right? So I'd have a tool, obviously, but yeah. Anyways, so yeah, I'm gonna teach you guys how to use animations. So let's go ahead and start. First things first, make sure you leave a like if you enjoy, and subscribe if you're new. That way you can see more scripting tutorials. And also, if you don't understand the basics of scripting, then you may want to watch my beginner series tutorial first, because I explain pretty much everything you need to know about scripting there. And then if you just watch all my tutorials, you'll learn pretty much everything you need to know. Anyways, but yeah, here we go. Let's go ahead and start. Alright, so first things first, we need to actually make an animation. Yeah, okay. So first things first, we need to actually make our animation and have it so we can put it on our character, right? But how do we do that? Okay, so there used to be like a plugin you have to install, but now I'm pretty sure there's a default plugin, which is going to be the animations right here. This is the default plugin. If you double tap this if it's not open, and then go to plugins, and then you hit animation editor, it's gonna pop this bad boy open right here, and it's gonna give you the animation editor. Okay, but you actually need a rig to edit with. So what a rig means is you need like a character to edit. Okay, so what you have right here is you have a rig builder, so the button beside it, and you can spawn in a rig. So we're gonna do an R15 because that's the most common probably character type, and we'll do a block rig, okay, just to keep it simple. Alright, so now that we have a rig right here, if we spawned it in, go ahead and do that, and you have your animation editors, pop it down here. That's a good spot, I like it there. But now we're going to go ahead and select the rig, and then it says no animations exist for this rig, please create one. So we're going to hit create down here, and now it's going to actually set it all up for us so we can animate our rig right here. And then obviously once we're done animating this guy, we can just put it on a regular character, and it'll look all good. Alright, anyways, also, if you can see up here, I have the moon animator. This is like another animation plugin. It's a little bit nicer. I mean, this is the default one that Roblox gives you, so you might as well just use this one. But if you want to get more in animation, you can Google that and stuff. So yeah. Okay, anyways, okay, so how do you animate? So if you guys have never used a keyframe program, or a program in which you use keyframes, so if you never edited like a video with keyframes, or maybe you never made an animation in any other program, keyframes are pretty much the same across all programs. I mean, not obviously exactly the same, but it's the same concept, okay? But if you've never used it, don't worry, because I'm gonna explain it for you right now. Alright, so here's how you use this thing, okay? So I know it may look a little bit confusing right now, but I'm going to explain everything for you by the start, okay? So first things first, you have all of your parts right here. So what this is saying, okay, is you have a timeline. So this right here, where my mouse is, this is called the timeline. And our animation right now is 2 seconds long, or it doesn't have to be 2 seconds long, but our timeline is 2 seconds long, so we can make it all the way to 2 seconds. If you wanted our animation to be 5 seconds long, we could do 5 right there. You see, we could do out of 5, change that right there to out of 5, and now obviously, oh, let me put that back. I just popped it out. My bad. Out of 5. Okay, so yeah, I'll make it a little bit bigger too. Maybe it's a little bit small. Okay. All right. So yeah, this is out of 5 seconds, but we don't want an animation that long. So I say we need our animation to be like 1 second, or maybe like 2 seconds. We'll change it back to 2. Alright, so now we have a 2 second timeline, so we can animate and not use any extra room or anything like that, so we can see everything good. Okay, so now you understand what the timeline is. Now, how do you actually animate your character? Okay, so I'm going to show you like the simplest way to do it. So, okay, let's say for example, alright, in our animation,
I think I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. Take a little break. Can't be streaming for too long at a time. Be right back. Okay, just blank that out. Not 6:15. Let me right click, please. I want to change its properties. Properties, please. I can't change its properties. is very bad. Okay, please work. Please. I can't. Oh my god. This is annoying. I can't even add anything. Yeah, this is kind of buggy. Why is it so buggy? Oh shoot. Oh, there it is. Never mind. There we go. Fixed it. Okay, I'll be right back at around. Let's see. Give me like an hour. Take an hour break. And let's see. So 12:46 p.m. PST. 12:46 at around 12:46 p.m. PST. Okay. All right. See you guys until then. Just give me a second, guys. I mean, I'm playing Football Fusion right now. Okay, I'm back. We're gonna take a look at animations. I'm just gonna continue off from this. I sort of know how to do animations already, but oh, ping. Hold up, check this real quick. Siege time. Oh, okay. Well, let me unblank that. Okay. We're gonna take a look at this.
Okay, here's our animation. Here's what's going to be, okay? We see a bird, okay? There's not going to be any bird there, but we're going to pretend like we see a bird, okay? So we're going to be like, wow, look at that bird over there, right? But it's actually not a bird, okay? So we're going to make our character's head turn, and they're going to, like, look and then turn to the right, and then they're going to also, like, point at it, okay? So it'll look pretty cool. Anyways, that's what we're going to do. Yes, we're going to make our arm point and then our head turn a bit. Okay, so first things first, we'll start with the head turning. So at 0, okay, move your little slider down here to 0 so you can make your first frame at 0. You're going to go ahead and click, okay? And then you're going to go ahead and add a keyframe, okay? Now, oh crap, I added the wrong spot. We want to animate the head, right? So we're going to click right here on the head, okay, or down here, right? And these are all your joints right here. These are all your, like, your body parts, right? So you have your, like, left leg, left torso, you know, I mean, not left torso, but like upper torso, left upper arm, left lower arm, left hand, you know what I'm saying? Like, so that everything is, like, in together. So it's pretty cool. But yeah. Okay, so what we want to do is go ahead and get our dummy right here, and we're gonna add a keyframe. Now, the reason why we're gonna add a keyframe right here, even though we actually didn't animate anything or even move it yet, is because we want to make sure it starts here. Okay, so you can go ahead and just how you add a keyframe. Basically, the simplest way is you can just basically move it a little bit and then press Control Z, and it's gonna keep your keyframe down there. Or you could right click on here, right here in the timeline, and then just hit Add Key here, and it'll add a keyframe for you. So yeah, we'll do that. Okay, next we're going to go ahead and move to about 0.2 or 0.4. We'll do 0.4 seconds, and we're gonna make it look up a little bit, and then we're gonna make it look to the right a little bit. Okay, so what that's gonna do is it's actually going to okay, it's gonna actually, like, make like this whole rotation we just did, but it's gonna slow it down. Okay, that's what an animation is. So I'm gonna go ahead and move us back to the front. So move your timeline back, and now if I hit play, you can see that our character is animated a little bit. Look, he just animated. You see his head? It turns and looks at the bird over there. Obviously, there's no bird, but that's what we're pretending to be. And then we can have it look up a little bit, and then we can also make it turn a little bit more too if we want. So we'll put this at 0.75, and I'm going to make the head rotate to the right a little bit more so its eyes are looking that way, right? So now if we hit play, okay, we can see our guy. He sees, wow, look, a bird, and then he kind of looks over there for a second. Now, maybe we can make it a little bit longer if you want. You can just move this to the right, and obviously it'll take longer to animate because there's more time between them. So you see it goes a little bit slower if you do that. And yeah. All right, next, that's pretty much it. Guys, that's literally it. It's that simple to animate. You just made the entire head. Now, also one quick thing. When you make animations, you want to actually set the priority, which I forgot to mention. But you basically setting priority, what it is it's like here there's a thing right here, right? But basically what it is it's like let me see, priority right there. Okay, so we'll read the definition. It dictates how an overall animation will be handled in the game. So okay, so basically it can override an animation, right? It can override animation, or it doesn't have to. Okay, so basically what it means is like if you want like two animations to run like simultaneously, you're gonna want to use a certain priority, or if you want it to like overwrite, because like if you didn't set a priority right here and it was at core, which is like the most basic one, our animation wouldn't even play if there was like a walking animation, which everyone has. So you want to make sure you set your priority like kind of high. So I normally just go for action. Like what we're gonna do is pretend there's a bird, so we'll just do action, so it overwrites whatever we see or whatever animation's happening right now. Okay, so yeah, so just go ahead and switch that to action. And I'm actually not sure. I'm pretty sure I probably should have selected the keyframes before I did this. So I'm gonna select them all. So I'm gonna click on one, click, and then shift click, or actually control click. Wait, can you not do that? Okay, I don't know. But the priority is already action, so we're good actually, never mind. Alright, anyways, now that you see the set priority, make sure you change that to action, okay? Set priority to action. Alright, so now it's going to overwrite the walking animation, or like whatever default animation it has, so that way we can actually see it, alright? Next, we want to make our arm move, okay? So, if you can look in the little like joints part over here on the left side, you can actually see that you have your upper arm, a parent of your left lower arm, and then a parent of your left lower hand. And it makes sense because it's your whole arm, right? So what you can actually do is actually just click on the top part of your arm, and then it'll all rotate together. You don't have to actually go like this, you don't have to go like hand, and then you don't have to do like that, and then you have to do like that. You know what I'm saying? So we don't have to do that. Okay, so first things first, we're gonna add our keyframe there. So I'm actually gonna delete this first. I don't want that. Or actually, I kind of do want that. I'm kind of dumb, but alright, it's fine. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna just go ahead and delete that because I added an accident. But we're gonna go ahead and click on our arm. Okay, actually, we'll do the right arm because the left arm is bad. Actually, you know what? For the lefties out there, we'll do the left arm, right? For the lefties, okay? Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and click on the top of the right arm, and then we're gonna just go ahead and drag it up on this red one, right? And we're gonna make it look up like that a little bit. Alright, and actually, we're not going to do that. I'm so dumb. I should add a keyframe first. Okay, so first things first, actually, right-click on this guy, or right-click right here and hit add keyframe. Sorry about that, I'm dumb. Okay, and then we're going to actually make it move up. We're going to move this timeline right here, or the cursor, well, I forgot what this thing's called, but this thing right here, the blue thing, and then we're going to drag it over here to where our head starts tilting up, or whatever, really wherever, it doesn't really matter, and then we can just drag it up like there, okay? So now it dragged it up. So now if we hit play again, it's going to run both animations at the same time. Well, it's one animation, but it's going to like play both at the same time, right? It's going to keyframe both. So you go ahead and hit play, and it goes, whoa, look, okay? Now, it looks a little weird because it just kind of goes up the arm. So what we should do is actually make it a little bit longer because it's a little fast. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag the keyframe for the arm, right, this bad boy right here, and then I'm going to move it over farther so that way it lasts long. For that way it's like slower, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, so we're gonna do that, and then we're also gonna make the arm turn to the right, or like you see how the head goes that way, like the birds over there. We're gonna make the arm also click the. We're gonna make the arm also go like like groups together again. So there you go. That's it. We're gonna go ahead and just export it. So, okay, so we're gonna make a second for the way. I want to your keyframe was someone else, allow keyframe or somewhere else, just put it to wherever your last keyframe was, okay? So mine was 1.350, so that way it actually ends at 1.350. Okay, and then we're gonna hit File, Export, and then we're gonna, or File, Export, okay, and then we're gonna hit Create New, okay, and we're gonna call this OMG a bird, okay, and then come back to it. All right, now we're gonna go ahead and because that way it's just first we actually need our character for the animation as well, so we're gonna actually go ahead and get our player. All right, and just we're gonna call it bird. That's it, just bird. And then we're gonna go ahead and put the animation ID in. Okay, now you could if you wanted to just do like local bird actually, okay, we're gonna name it bird animation to keep it clear. Bird animation. Local bird animation is equal to script.bird animation, and then you could do bird animation dot animation ID is equal to that. But what we're gonna do for this sake is just keep it clear. All right, and just put it in here, less lines of code, and we're gonna go ahead and actually just paste this. Click on your animation instance, and
I'm back. Okay, what? Okay, what?
Was Evil 4 free on the phone?
Oh no, this is not probably not. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna keep working on these animations, or I'm gonna keep taking note. So keyframes, frames within an animation. That's what I got. And now he's probably. I think he's working on getting the animation to work. Or hold on, let me go back to where he actually adds it.
Then what we're going to do is actually make the animation instance. So we're going to click on this little plus button right there, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and type in animate. We don't need down.
How did everyone suddenly get so good at writing? Word tune. It's
Anymore. Good job, dummy, but your time is over. And I'm going to put my output back so it looks nicer. There we go. All right, next. Now we're going to go ahead and actually put the animation on our character and have it play. Okay, so how we do that is, first of all, you can only play animations in a local script, by the way. So make sure you have a local script. But yeah, so if you don't ever try to use a server script for animations because it won't work. So yeah. And then you're going to go ahead and go start. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go to starter player scripts, and we're going to make a new local script in here, and we're going to call it we're going to call this script animation handler. Okay, there you go. And then what we're going to do is actually make the animation instance. So we're going to click on this little plus button right there, okay? And then we're going to go ahead and type in animation, or it's right there. So go ahead and animation. And now we put an animation inside of our animation handler, so now we can access it, or you can put it wherever you want.
So I was wondering if you wanted to like play an animation that wasn't controlled by a player, like it's just a thing that I was wondering. So create animation in Roblox, publish it, then get the ID. So that's what he did, and then I think he puts it under the animation handler. Let me just double check.
Animation off. So don't learn how to use JavaScript for animations, it won't work. So yeah, start a player script.
Oh, he just renamed it to animation handler.
We're gonna call this script animation handler.
Animation must go under
Click on this little plus button right.
must go under a local script.
Okay, and then we're gonna go ahead and type in animation, or it's right there. So go ahead and animation, and now we put an animation inside of our animation handler. So now we can access it, or you can put it wherever you want, honestly. But it's pretty simple to keep it there, because that way it's just, you know, it's there. All right, and then we don't need to rename the animation, but we're gonna go ahead and do it anyways, and we're gonna call it bird. That's it, just bird. And then we're gonna go ahead and put the if you wanted to just do like local bird actually, okay, we're gonna name it bird animation to keep it clear. Bird animation. Local bird animation is equal to script.bird animation, and then you could do bird animation dot animation ID is equal to that. But what we're gonna do for this sake is just keep it clear. All right, and just put it in here, less lines of code, and we're gonna go ahead and actually just paste this. Click on your animation instance and then paste it in there, and then it's actually gonna put it as an RBX asset ID and then put that for you too. All right, so that's what you want. Perfect. All right, so now what we're gonna go ahead and do is, if I can remember, we're going to go ahead and Alright, so now we're going to go ahead and actually play the animation. Okay, so first things first, we actually need our character for the animation as well. So we're going to actually go ahead and get our player. So we're going to do local player, equals game.players.local player. And then we need our humanoid actually too. So we're going to do local char is equal to player.character. And then we're going to do local human or hum, whatever you want to call it, is equal to char.humanoid. Okay, and now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and actually create the track. So it's a little bit weird, but you have to create the animation track once you have the animation. So you can't just like do like bird animation and then play. No, it's not like that. You have to actually create the track. So we're going to do, or actually basically what it's doing is actually loading the animation onto the humanoid. So yeah. All right. Anyway, so we're going to do local our local bird animation track is equal to human dot or colon load animation, and then the animation, which is going to be bird animation, and then boom, that's it. So now we have that. Go ahead and finish that off, and then we're going to do kick animation, or not, sorry, I'm looking at a reference. Bird animation play. Okay, that's it. So now we can play it. Now I'm also gonna put a wait right here after we put this. I'm gonna put a wait because I want everything to load. So I'm gonna put a wait 1 second just up there because this will be loaded in already. But I'm gonna put it up here. You can put it wherever you want, or I mean, just put it up there because it might load the animation too fast and we won't see it. So yeah, I'm gonna do that. All right, and then that should be pretty much it. It should play now. Come on. It worked. Look, you see that? Okay, wait. Let me put it in a while loop actually. We're gonna do while true do waits. Oh, sorry, wait 1.35. That was how long our thing was, and then bird animation track play. All right, you don't need to do this if you don't want to, but I'm putting it in a while loop so you can keep seeing it replay. But okay, here we go. All right, so there we go, and look. Okay, so it's actually not very. It's doing it. So you see, this is animating as well with that. Do you see? So it looks a little bit weird because like my character, remember how the animations were at the beginning? My character would have default animations like from the Roblox package. But as you can see, the head is tilting and the arm is moving, so it is working, thankfully. And obviously, if you want to integrate this with a tool, you can. Yeah. Also, if it's not working, I know why, and here's why. Okay, so if it may not be working for you, make sure. Oh, by the way, whenever you created the animation, or whenever you created the animation editor, in the rig, make sure you did R15, or make sure you did R15. And if you didn't do R15, then I'll explain it. But if you did R6, right, and you hit play and then you create a rig, well, what's gonna happen is it's gonna only give you like 6 things down here, because the R6 only has 6 body parts, right? So if you actually need to make sure that your character is an R6, because you made an R6 animation, so you need to make sure you load it onto an R6 character. Okay, so if you did do that, you need to make sure, like I said, you load it onto an R6 character. And now, as you can see here, but my character is on R6 character. My character is R15, and hopefully yours is too. But if your character is R6, okay, we just made an R15 animation. So if your character is an R6, then what you want to do is, hopefully my Roblox Studio won't freeze, but go into your games, or if you have but not working at all, left arm, left leg, so all that stuff. So it's not gonna work. The animation is not working at all. Say, those die fans, I get excited for that.
Okay, so I'm a little confused. So player char hum. This is a lot. He didn't really explain it that well.
And then the animation, which is the bird animation. And boom, that's it. So now we have that.
Okay, so the humanoid loads. So the humanoid is what's running the animation, I guess. And then humanoid bird animation. Wait, why does it do player? Game.players.local player. Oh, player.character. Oh, okay. And then player.character. Okay, so let me do some stuff. Damn it. Okay, hold on. Let me have an update, apparently. Let me just save to Roblox. I didn't make any changes yet, so actually I don't really need to save it. Let's update it now. Oh, it may have frozen. Oh, it's over here. Okay. Okay, this can go somewhere. Or it can run in the background. It's updating. Okay, so he gets the animation. Right, and then he gets the humanoid in player under local player. Hold up. Okay, and then let's see what he does. Okay, so he loads the animation, or he has the animation in a local variable, which is burn animation. Then he grabs the player, which is game.players.local player, and then confirm to terminate. Yes, terminate. Sure, we could do that. And then players.local player .character .char .humanoid. Let's ignore that. Okay, let's load Roblox Studio.
I know this is a game, but the game is not. And a brawl, this is a cruise ship. A lot of the passengers are like over 60 years old. What are they gonna brawl about? Gas prices? This one just
Load my games, please.
Are y'all okay? Here's just some more examples of bingo card. Heart attack or stroke. Fire. Court. Kidnapping. Man overboard.
It's not loading.
Flesh-eating bacteria.
There we go.
Alcohol poisoning. Rats or
Okay, and then
do you want
here we go. Right where we were. Replicated storage. I don't know why RBX anim saves.
the energy they've been sending their way? So when I
Rig.
predict there will be
I can delete that.
of our hearts. Fire. Outfits. Slave. A viral outbreak of spontaneous dancing and song. Stay. Why is this thing frosty?
Okay.
Yeah, but the only flesh they eat is
Animation, or not, sorry. I'm looking at the reference. Bird.
So all he just does is grab the humanoid from the player. So if we go into play right now, and then we go inside workspace, humanoid. No. Humanoid. And then animation. Should be animation somewhere. No. Auto jump enabled. Use jump. Name display distance. Display when damage. Cool. Okay. Oh, I can set a camera offset too. Oh, camera offset. Wait. Oh, the camera. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, so that means I'm probably gonna have to use camera offset to like. So dot humanoid camera offset is gonna equal like a part. Like say I wanted to put a part here for my first cutscene, and then another one for over here, and I would set the camera offset. Okay. Well, I'm not there yet. Probably gonna get to there later, but I never saw the I never saw the character chart human. Okay, well, is there a local player? So game.players local player. Where's local player? RBX character sound scripts loader player module. No. Local script. Oh, there's player scripts, but player GUI, no. Starter gear. So it's game.players.local player. Wait, so if I go in the client right now, here, hold on. Let's play in a client. Let's test in the client, please. Should be loading right now. It's a client right here. Okay. And then is this a client? Okay, let me just double check. Player 1. Oh, it's not there. It's weird. But oh shoot. Okay, let me load it up. Let me load it back up. I don't think that's supposed to happen. That's weird. Anyways, okay. So pretty simple. So I shouldn't probably look into it too much. So all he does is grab the humanoid from local player. Grab the human from local player by doing game.players.local player character humanoid. See, cause and it should work. I think. And then do let's see, wait, how did he load it in?
Thinking the arm is moving, so it is working. Move. Wait. Up. But okay, here we go.
Oh, okay. He sets a variable. No, yeah, variable. Then create a variable that contains the humanoid object. Humanoid object. No. Yeah. Okay, so humanoid object load animation load animation that was under the local script. Then to play it, do variable play. That's it. Okay, next, Game Passes.
I need to find.
Video, and sorry it's been like 2 weeks since I've uploaded. I want to upload more, but I'm on Thanksgiving break now, so that's good. All right, anyways, so welcome back, and in today's video I'm going to be teaching you about Game Passes. All right, so Game Passes. What are Game Passes? Okay, so if you guys don't know what Game Passes are, which you should, but they're basically things where they're basically things or like kind of like products that you can buy, and then you can use those Game Passes to actually implement new stuff into your game. So for example, you can have like a 2x XP Game Pass, so that way if someone buys it, every time they get XP, they get 2x XP. All right, it's pretty self-explanatory. But I'm going to be teaching you guys how to make those. And then in the next tutorial, I'm going to teach you about dev products, which are pretty similar, but except you can buy them as much as you want. So yeah, they're both very useful, and obviously they're very good to know because that lets you monetize your game and make money from it. So that's probably, pretty important. Anyways, so first things first, go ahead and go on Roblox Studio. Now you can use one of your old games or any game. But for this example, I'm going to make a new base plate just to make it clear. So if you have a new game, or if you have a game already, just click on it and go ahead and open it up. Now, first things first, we need to actually have a place to upload our Game Pass to. So we need to actually publish this game to Roblox. So if you already have the game published, you don't have to do this, but go ahead and if you don't and you have a base plate like I do, then just hit File and then Publish to Roblox, and then we're gonna hit Create New right here. Okay, and then we're gonna name it Game Pass Tutorial. You can name whatever you want, but that's what I'm gonna name it to keep it clear. And then we're gonna go ahead and just hit Create Place. There we go. Cool. All right, now we're gonna hit Next, and now our game is on Roblox. All right. So the next step, we need to actually go to Roblox. Let's go to the Roblox website. So go ahead and go to your browser, whatever browser you have, and then go ahead and go to roblox.com. Okay, and then go ahead and hit Create right here, and then it's gonna bring you to this page. All right. So now that you're on this page, you can see all your games. Go ahead and hit My Creations, and then hit Games. And then as you can see, let me refresh real quick so I can show you. My game is right there. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and click on this, all right, and then I'm going to go down here and it says Create Game Pass, okay? Now, if you have a game already, find your game and then just hit Create Game Pass. All right, so then hit Create Game Pass, there we go. And then now we're going to actually make our Game Pass. So this is where you make your Game Pass. And as you can see here, it says Target Game, Game Pass Tutorial, and then you have to upload an image for your Game Pass, and then you have to name it, and then you put a description for it. So that should be right already. So change this to Game Pass if it's not already. And then as you can see here, it says Game Pass name. For this Game Pass, I'm going to make a simple Game Pass. It's going to give you a sword, okay? So we're going to name it Give Sword. There we go. And then we're going to just put a description. This Game Pass Game Pass gives you a sword. Boom. All right, cool. And then we're going to go ahead and hit Preview. And, oh, we have to select an image file. My bad. All right, make sure you select an image file, right? Right here. So find your image. I already have it pulled up. I'm going to use this little emoji thing. I don't know why. But just find any image you want. Make sure it's family friendly so Roblox approves it. And then you just go ahead and click on this right there. Okay. And you have to rename it again. So we'll name it Give Sword. There we go. And then we're going to hit Preview. And then it's going to go ahead and prompt us here if everything looks good. And the formatting is a bit wrong for some reason. For some reason, it's like a little, it goes like a diagonal line. I don't know why it's like that. But that looks good. So we're going to go ahead and hit Verify Upload. And there we go. Now there's our Game Pass right there. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead and click on my Game Pass. And this way I can get the Game Pass ID. All right, so go ahead and go up here and double click on this little number, or if you have to, select it like that, and then right click and then hit copy. This is our Game Pass ID, and we're gonna need this to check if our Game Pass is just to check our Game Pass. Okay, so go ahead and copy that over, and then we're gonna go ahead and go back to Roblox Studio.
Switch to Shopify and sell smarter at
All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and insert a local script. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we're gonna insert a local script to prompt it, and then we'll set it up so where it actually does something. All right, so first things first, let's go ahead and make the local script. Here we go. We're gonna rename it to prompt Game Pass. You don't have to rename it if you don't want to. I just like to name my scripts. And then we're gonna go ahead and start scripting. All right, so first things first, when you use a Game Pass, you're using the service called Marketplace Service, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and define this service, which is called Marketplace Service, okay? And we're gonna go ahead and do local marketplace service equal to game, get service, marketplace service, there we go. And then we're gonna go ahead and type our Game Pass name in. Okay, so this is important, go ahead and do local Game Pass ID is equal to, and then paste your Game Pass ID. So you can right click and hit paste or press Control V. This is important because we need to have our Game Pass ID obviously, and that way we can use it. All right, cool. All right, so next we're gonna go ahead and do we're gonna write a function that's gonna prompt the Game Pass, okay? So we're gonna go ahead and name this function local function prompt purchase. Okay, there we go. All right, now this function is basically it's gonna let us prompt a Game Pass. All right, so how you do that, how you actually get that little screen up, you know, where it says, oh, do you want to buy this Game Pass, blah blah blah, and then you can hit buy now or cancel. You know, you've probably seen it before. How you do that is you use this function of Marketplace Service called user owns Game Pass. Actually, wait, no, sorry. Use a function called prompt Game Pass purchase. Okay, and then you put two parameters in here, which is first the player, and then the player you want to prompt it to, and then the Game Pass ID. Okay, now obviously there's more to it than just this. This is how you prompt it, but we need to actually, you know, like make sure it prompts right. I don't know how to explain that. But we need to add some more to it. Okay. So first things first, we want to actually check. You don't have to do this, right? But when I make a Game Pass, I check first if the player has the Game Pass. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and define our player. We're gonna do local player is equal to game.players.local player, and then we're gonna do local has pass, like has Game Pass, is equal to false, just because we know right now that they don't have it. And then we're also going to wrap this function in a p call. Actually, no, wait, no. Okay, sorry. To check it, we're going to wrap that in a p call. So we're going to go ahead and do local success is comma message equals p call function. There you go. And then we're going to do has pass is equal to. Okay, now this is another function of Marketplace Service, which basically checks if the user owns the Game Pass. Okay, now if you don't know what this pcall means yet, just wait a second, I'll tell you. So we're gonna do local success comma message equals pcall function, and then it has pass equals Marketplace Service user owns pass Game Pass async player dot user ID, and then Game Pass ID or this, right? Or in the p call, or we put this in the p call. Okay, we wrap yeah. So basically what it does is if there's an error, then it doesn't break the whole script. That's what it does simply. Okay. So I know it might look weird. You've never seen like local success comma message equals p call. It may look weird at first, but don't worry. And then for this part, we're gonna go ahead and set has pass. Okay, so this function or this variable here that's called has pass, which is currently equal to false. We're gonna set that equal to Marketplace Service, and then a built-in function by Roblox that's called user owns Game Pass async, and then the two parameters are player.userid, so the ID of the player, right? So you don't just do player name because the ID never changes. You do player.userid, and then you do the Game Pass ID. So which one do you want to check, right? So basically Roblox will check which one it is, and then we set it equal to the variable has pass because it's going to return true or false. Okay, so if we print has pass and we have it, it's going to be true, and if we print has pass and they don't have it, it's going to be false. Okay, so basically that's what that does. All right, hope that makes sense. All right, next we're going to go ahead and do if not success, then warn error while checking if player has the Game Pass. Okay, so basically you don't have to do this, but warn also, if you don't know what warn is, it's basically like printing, but it's like in yellow text. That's what it is basically. or this function doesn't even, oh sorry, if this doesn't work, right, then it's gonna print, or it's gonna be this local success will equal false. Okay, so if it says if not success, then okay. All right. Anyways, we don't need that right now. Sorry if that confused you, but we don't need that. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and do if has passed. So we're gonna be like, okay, if the player has the game pass, well then print player already has the game pass. Okay, because there's no point in printing, or there's no point in like prompting the player if they already have the game pass. You know what I'm saying? So next we're gonna go ahead and do else, right? So if okay, and we're gonna call games have a
If you're a web designer, here are 4 Wix Studio features you gotta know.
yeah, never mind. You don't have to rename it if you don't want to. I just like to name my scripts. Is equal to, and then paste your game pass ID. Local a game pass. All right, so how you do that, how you actually get that little screen up, you know, where it says, oh, do you want to buy this game pass, blah blah blah, and then you can hit buy now or cancel. You know, you've probably seen it before. How you do that is you use this function of marketplace service called user owns game pass. Actually, wait, no, sorry. Use a function called prompt game pass purchase. Okay, and then you put 2 parameters in here, which is first the player, and then the player you want to prompt it to, and then the game pass ID. Okay, now obviously there's more to it than just this. This is how you prompt it, but we need to actually, you know, like make sure it prompts right. I don't know how to explain that. But we need to add some more to it. Okay. So first things first, we want to actually check. You don't have to do this, right? But when I make a game pass, I check first if the player has the game pass. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and define our player. We're gonna do local player is equal to game.players.local player, and then we're gonna do local has pass, like has game pass, is equal to false, just because we know right now that they don't have it. And then we're also gonna wrap this function in a p call. Actually, no, wait, no. Okay, sorry. To check it, we're gonna wrap that in a p call. So we're gonna go ahead and do local success is comma message equals p call function. There you go. And then we're gonna do has pass is equal to. Okay, now this is another function of marketplace service, which basically checks if the user owns the game pass. Okay, now if you don't know what this p call means yet, just wait a second, I'll tell you. So we're gonna do local success comma message equals p call function, and then has pass equals marketplace service user owns pass game pass async player dot user ID, and then game pass ID. Okay, so what this function does, I'll explain this whole thing for you real quick. So what this is, the p call, first of all. If you don't know what that is, you should if you've watched my last tutorial. But basically a p call, basically what it is it's a function, or yeah, I guess it's a function that basically you can wrap other things in. So like we wrapped this, right, or in the p call, or we put this in the p call. Okay, we wrapped, yeah. So basically what it does is if there's an error, then it doesn't break the whole script. That's what it does, simply. Okay. So I know it might look weird. You've never seen like local success comma message equals p call. It might look weird at first, but don't worry. And then for this part, we're gonna go ahead and set has pass. Okay, so this function, or this variable here that's called has pass, which is currently equal to false, we're gonna set that equal to marketplace service, and then a function, a built-in function by Roblox that's called user owns game pass async, and then the 2 parameters are player.user ID, so the ID of the player, right? So you don't just do player name, because the ID never changes. You do player.user ID, and then you do the game pass ID. So which one do you want to check, right? So basically Roblox will check which one it is, and then we set it equal to the variable has pass because it's going to return true or false. Okay, so if we print has pass and we have it, it's going to be true, and if we print has pass and they don't have it, it's going to be false. Okay, if it doesn't work, right, then and then we're going to do that mark, which actually we can. Okay, now obviously maybe you wanted to call it if the player like touched, and actually okay, it's just gonna say this. It's gonna say you already own. Trust me. Game pass purchase finished. Okay, now I know it's a really long name for an event, right? But basically, it makes sense. Self-explanatory, right? It means prompt Game Pass purchase finished. Okay, so whenever like a Game Pass prompt pops up and it finishes, either they hit cancel or buy now. That means it's finished. And every time that happens, it's gonna call this event, and then you'll be able to write to it, or you'll be able to do whatever you want, right? So it's gonna.
Okay. Let's see. So let me go back, do some review. So game passes. So if we want to prompt the game pass, we have to prompt. Well, he didn't show the part where he prompted it, but here, let me keep watching and then I'll probably just review it after.
There we go. Now, whenever this event runs, it's gonna go ahead and you want to make sure spawn in. So yeah, just or the of give sort of.
Imagine if manufacturing automation was simple. Introducing Vention. One
Succeeded. 50 Robux. This was a test purchase. It was just a test. You don't get charged. Doesn't cost anything. And then you hit OK. And then what happens is you see that it printed down there because the event went off and it said player 1 print. And there we go. And then let me go ahead and actually, sorry if you can't see that. Sword is equal to replicator storage, wafer child, classic sword. There we go. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna do sword dot parent is equal to player dot character. There we go. That should work now. So now we're going to test it one more time to make sure it works, and it should. All right, guys. So we actually, please, thank you. There we go. I got my sword. Yay! Oh, it's awesome. It's awesome. It's awesome. All right. Cool. 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 Did it, and then you hit OK, and then it would check. But still, you don't want that to happen every time just to get your sword. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and add another script, or you can do it in this script. Either one doesn't matter. But I'll make another script just to keep it simple, and we'll call it check Game Pass, and then we're gonna go ahead and join the server. This event will run. You know, you guys use this event all the time, I'm sure. For like, player has the give sword Game Pass. then we're gonna do we're gonna make the sword dot parents equal the player dot character. That's how you equip a sword. If you guys didn't know, you make it equal to the character. All right, there we go. That should work. And then we're gonna go ahead and see if it works. And wait a minute, that didn't work. What the heck?
How did everyone suddenly get so good at writing? Word tune. It's
So then it should be dot character. What? It should work. It should be setting. It moves it, and then it does put this. No, it doesn't put the sword in there at all. We'll just set it to player dot backpack. All right. Well, okay. Well, actually, we're gonna define the character up here. We'll bar is equal to character. We'll just do this. Player chart. Write that if you don't want to, but oh, I know what it is. Because the event's gonna run and okay, in a server script. All right, I already had the game pass. I have a sword now. I can do player dot character in a server script. All right, so basically, I have a sword now, and basically I didn't have to actually buy it, and because I already had the game pass, it worked already. So that's cool. So what you want to do is make it wait a second, right? Because you want to make sure the character can load. Now, what you normally do to make it wait is you actually do like repeat until repeat wait, and then you can do like until. Why do I forget the syntax of everything, guys? Seriously, I forgot the syntax of everything. It used a repeat loop, but I forgot the syntax for it, so I'm just not gonna write it. Anyway, guys, that's pretty much it. I hope you enjoyed the video. I'm sorry it was so long, but I do like to.
Okay. So the moment he joins the game, it prompts the game pass, which explains why. So let's move to here. So prompt game pass. Prompt game pass. In order to prompt a game pass, get the marketplace service by doing game get service marketplace service. Marketplace service. And then we want to do is get Game Pass ID, or then set Game Pass ID to a variable. Then create a function. Wait, where does prompt purchase run?
You get the point, though. Okay, we're about this. You might have to use it in a little bit. Servers that over as well, and
It never prompts.
okay. Who cares, right? Who's just testing don't get charged? Nothing. Just the
Wait, what?
the give sword game pass. Okay.
Wait, what?
Go ahead. Say if has passed. Okay. We'll make sure it's simple. And then else, and then we're gonna do that marketplace service prompt game pass purchase. And then we're gonna what player do the prompt, what player local script, and then we're gonna do game pass ID. There we go. So now we're gonna go ahead and copy this function name, and we're gonna call the function just down here.
Oh, I missed it. Okay. Okay, so this should be in a local script. I think it's has to be in a local script. So under local script. Under local script, and it's under starter player scripts. So like if someone were to click a brick, would it still work? Hopefully it works. I think it works. I don't have to experiment with that later. But under a local script, that makes sense because you don't want it to show up for everyone. You want to get the service and then get the player by doing game.players.localPlayer and create a boolean that defines whether the player has a pass or not. Okay, and then let's see, prompt purchase. Okay, and then do p call. Then do a p call with the function as a parameter being an event. Has or no. Bool value is going to equal marketplace service prompt game pass purchase player player from local player and then game pass ID. Self-explanatory, and then it ends. And then if so it sets boolean that defines whether player has pass or not. That's a terrible variable name. Okay, let's name this bool, and then we can just do this as bool. And then if bool, then check bool. Wait, no, I'm skipping things. What am I doing? Yeah, what am I doing? Marketplace service user owns Game Pass async. Okay, so this checks whether the... Okay, no, I did the wrong one. No. It's marketplace service user owns Game Pass async player dot user ID and the Game Pass ID. And then check the bool, and then if true, then do marketplace service prompt Game Pass purchase player from local player player from local player and Game Pass ID. Okay, and then he goes over to server script service. So this is the Game Pass handler. Handling Game Passes. goes under server script service because the server is the one working on getting the desired outcome to the player. So first we have to, let's skip all over here. We already have the code. Okay. So this one, this part, so you have to use a p call again. So it's gonna wait 1 second. So player added. The moment the player is added, so we could do an event where, so this one's just more of like, just more of, there's more flexibility with this area, or this, why did he do it? Oh shoot, I forgot Game Pass handler. Frick.
Let me go and actually define local. Let me go and define replicated storage and get the sword defined as well, so I can give it to myself. So new is going to do sword dot parent is equal to player dot character videos. And I'm glad this you get like some viral. We want to make it so the player actually gets their sword when they join the game. Let's say the player already has the game pass, right? Let's say the player, they left the game, they come back, and they have the game pass. Okay, good, awesome. You got a game pass. But it's not going to give them the sword, right? Because look, if I hit play, I have the game pass because I uploaded, right? But if I hit play right now, I don't have the sword because I don't have it. And
oh, okay, I need to handle that too. Okay. So first let's handle this first. Set Game Pass ID to a variable, then create function. Wait. Why is this down here? Let me just put this up here. Handling game passes under script service because the server is the one working on getting the desired outcome to the player. So what we need to do is grab. Well, replicated storage is just okay. So replicated storage. Let me see his definition. Is a spot to put things that will get to the client later. Let's see.
So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and add in another script.
Okay, so if that okay, wait, hold up. Let me go down all the way. Game passes. Okay, replicated storage is spot. Get to the client later, so it could be scripts or whatever it's gonna be. So that's interesting to know. But in our case, I don't think I'm gonna be doing that much with server script service. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, so he grabs the replicated storage, which is the thing that I think we're gonna have to put it in replicated storage anyways, because whatever the thing we're doing is gonna eventually get to the client. It has to be in replicated storage anyways, right? So, desired outcome to the players. So grab the desired services for the desired outcome. Game get service. He also gets classic replicate storage weak for child classic sword. Okay, so he only grabs 2 services in this case, so that's fine. Okay, so marketplace dot prompt game pass purchase finished. So the moment he comes in, or the moment he purchases the game pass, this event will run. So whenever we're creating game passes, we have to create 2 events. One that handles the part where the player joins in, whether they and gives it to them whether they own it or not, and this case where after they purchase it. So we're gonna do including marketplace service, and then let's see. Replicated. Okay, wait, hold up. Marketplace, including marketplace service. Including marketplace service. Then create a function. Then create function for event when player purchases, which is marketplace service dot prompt game pass purchase finished connect function. In the function name or the function, it passes in 3 parameters, it seems. Or let me go back and see how much it passes in. Okay, yeah, so purchase okay, let me turn up the volume.
Sure.
To where you
Okay, so this may not make sense at first. Bear with me. It will. Trust me. Either they hit cancel, and we're gonna put another parameter in here called purchase success. Okay, so if it was a success, all right. There we go. Now, whenever this event runs, it's gonna go ahead and give you all these variables, or it's gonna have all these parameters in here, which you can use to write more.
Okay, I get it now. Okay, so function name. This function must take in 3 parameters. The first being the player, the second being the Game Pass ID, then a Boolean determining whether the purchase was a success or not.
Okay. Alright, we're going to do if purchase success equals true, right? So if it is true, that's good. But, right? Alright, that makes sense, right? You want to make sure they've actually bought it and it was successful, and then you want to make sure that
Okay. So would this handle every single Game Pass purchase? Like, could I do like multiple different ones? I'm gonna assume so, because this one checks purchase pass. So this could be any pass, right? Like,
Oh.
okay, I see now. So replicated storage. Okay, wait, no. Why is that? Okay, just keep reading that part. Note. Okay, so this function must take in 3 parameters. The first being the player. So it takes 3 parameters. This returns 3 parameters, which is player, purchase ID, purchase pass ID, and purchase success. So when someone purchases a Game Pass, we can put like multiple Game Passes right here. I think at least. And then we have to check.
Symbol. No.
Check whether Game Pass ID is the correct Game Pass. Why does it say Game Pass? Game Pass for your game. For the correct outcome. Is the correct Game Pass for the correct outcome?
Can you see the house?
Then yeah, I already did. And then
there you go. So now,
it's gonna set. He sets the. I think he sets the.
Go to save. Just testing. There we go. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna. Our Def King fan. First off, let's say I appreciate you so much. Thank you for. Is equal to player dot character.
Come on, another one?
There you go. That's true.
Okay, player.character. So he just sets the parent to the character. Okay. Set the Game Pass for the correct ID. Check whether the Game Pass is the correct and whether the purchase was a success or not, then do desired outcome. Or do/code the desired outcome. Okay, and then for the other handler, let's see what he does. Here, let's go to the end. Handle the event where the player already owns the Game Pass and they just join. Seems like he does the same thing. Has pass, false, player. Okay, he does the same thing as the Game Pass handler, I think. User owns Game Pass async. User owns Game Pass async. Okay, so this prompt, if the player has it, if the player has the Game Pass, it's gonna, or doesn't have it, then it's gonna prompt, and then if the purchase was successful, it's gonna go to this handler, and then it's gonna, and then for this one we handle the case where the player already owns it and they just joined. So it should be very similar. I think it's the exact same. Yeah, it's the exact same. So to handle the event where a player already owns the Game Pass and they just joined, do the exact same thing for the handled the part. Handle the part where the user is prompted. The Game Pass okay, so when the player is added, it passes in the player, and then why don't we do local player? Why is it getting no workspace find first child? Okay, so game workspace find for child player name player.name. So it gets the character and then has pass, check whether they have the pass or not. So check whether player has pass or not, call. Then if true, give sword to player. Or then give desired outcome to player. Exactly the same when we handle the part where the game pass. Check whether the player has pass or not, call. So it grabs the user ID? No? Yeah, user ID, player.user ID. So yeah, okay. Okay, let me see how he created the first one. Oh no, he just created a function, that's it. There's no events. This one was the event. And then this one, let's see. It passed in the player as well, right? Just double check. That is not the right one. Okay, so this one passes in the player as well, so it's the same thing. We just do Marketplace server, user owns Game Pass, takes in the player.user ID and takes in the Game Pass ID. So we just do that, and then hold it. If true, check whether player has pass or not. Okay, and then if true, then it's gonna do the desired outcome. Okay, got it. He, in this case, did char. I wonder why he did char. I guess because they didn't. So player, if they both pass in the player, then why is this one player on it? How does he give the sword in this one? Sword.parent is equal to player.character. So why didn't he just do that? Why didn't he just do sword.parent is equal to player.character? Sword.parent is equal to player.character. Where's char? Find for char. Why does he do that? Is equal to char. Why?
Okay, come on now. There we go. Finally. Okay, so yeah, you couldn't be wait.
Why doesn't he do?
And then workspace. There we go. Oh wait, let me test this. Make sure the player isn't loaded yet. Let's wait 1 second before we run this.